presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Sports Out.
Once again from Atlanta, it's time for Braves baseball. We join you again from Turner Field, where tonight it's game 2 of our 4-game series between the red-hot Atlanta Braves and the visiting Miami Marlins. All season long, Braves baseball on Sports South is being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price, every day. And happy trade deadline Tuesday, everybody. Along with Joe Simpson and Tom Glavine, I'm Chip Carey. Welcome back to the ballpark, where the Braves hope to continue their winning ways against the Marlins. And, fellas, they'll try to do it with a couple of new faces, as last night around midnight, Frank Wren was a very busy Braves GM.
Yeah, one of those moves being a much-anticipated starting pitcher, whether or not the Braves are going to add. Well, they did. They added left-hander Paul Mulholland from the Cubs. Kind of your typical left-handed pitcher, more of a control guy, sinker, slider, curveball, changeup, likes to move the ball in and out, doesn't walk many guys, doesn't give up any home runs. He's pitched very well here at Turner Field in his career, so the Braves are certainly excited about having him here, and probably one of the big reasons why they got him. Look at his numbers over the last 7 games, 5-0 with a 1 ERA, so he's been pitching extremely well as of late.
Always good to get a hot guy on your ball club, and Reed Johnson's been hot all year long off the bench for the Chicago Cubs. His numbers bear that out, hitting .302 with 3 homers and 16 RBIs. But more importantly, from where Atlanta looks at Reed Johnson, is that his work off the bench. He leads the major leagues with 13 hits. So coming off the bench and being a right-handed hitter will be very valuable in the absence of Matt Diaz, who's on the disabled list. He'll be a guy who could play all 3 outfield positions and give Michael Bourne a day off if he needs one, and Martin Prado likewise.
Reed Johnson is with the ball club tonight. Paul Mulholland's expected to report tomorrow, and Paul is expected to make his Braves debut as a starter on Saturday here in Atlanta against the Astros. But in the meantime, we still have a couple of games left with the Marlins, and Chris Medlin is back in rotation. We'll talk about his start tonight when we come back to Turner Field in a moment. Meet in Game 2 of our 4-game series. Chip, Joe, and Tom back upstairs, and we welcome Chris Medlin back into the starting rotation for the Atlanta Ball Club. He's the starter for Game 2 of the set.
Yeah, and it's something he's been looking forward to. It's his first start in almost 2 years. His last time to take the mound for a start was August of 2010 against the Mets. He's been working out of the bullpen for the Braves, and he's been working out of the pen very effectively. His numbers this year, an ERA below 2.5 and almost a 3-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. He pounds the strike zone. Good fastball, 90 to 91. He's got an excellent curveball, and his best out pitch is really a changeup that is just dynamite. So we'll see him use all 3 of those pitches tonight as he makes his first start.
Yeah, not only did he do a good job on the bullpen, he did a tremendous job as a starter when he had the opportunity as well. You see there in 18 career starts, 6-2 record, but most importantly, the Braves were 14-4 in his starts. So you see why Chris Medlin is such a valuable asset to this team. They can use him in the bullpen. He's been successful as a starter. So I think the big thing for him tonight is push that pitch limit out of his mind. Go out there with the mindset that he's going to go as far as he can, as hard as he can, and if it's 2 innings, 3 innings, 5 innings, hopefully put the team in a position to enhance those numbers of how well they've done when he's on the mound and give him a good chance to win the game.
His mound opponent will be Ricky Nolasco of the Marlins, a man the Braves battered down at Marlins Park in his last start. Braves scored 6 runs against him in 5 innings and 1/3. The Braves are red hot. They go for their 7th consecutive victory, and we'll get to the ball game, Game 2 of the series at Turner Field, right after this. Academy Sports and Outdoors, by AT UVerse, by Delta Airlines, and by Toyota. It's an exciting time to be a Braves fan. Here we are, the final day of July 2012. The Braves 17-8 this month, and made a big deal last night to improve their postseason hopes. Paul Maholm and Reed Johnson in the fold for Freddie Gonzalez and the Braves. As we showed you a moment ago, Reed Johnson's with the ball club. Paul Maholm expected to join the Braves here tomorrow. A corresponding roster move will be made when Maholm joins the roster tomorrow. But a very exciting time. Always like to see your club add rather than subtract, like the team we're playing tonight, the Miami Marlins. Ozzie Guillen's club a little shorthanded tonight after they made some deals today, but they will have Jose Reyes hitting third, Carlos Lee fourth, and Justin Ruggiano batting fifth. He's had good luck against the Braves, and it's a very welcome return back to the starting rotation. Speaking of excitement, Chris Medlin gets the ball tonight.
Yeah, you know, he's excited to be out there. You see what he's done in the last 10 games. 0.55 ERA and 16 innings pitched. So his opportunity to get back on the mound as a starter is certainly coming at the right time for him in terms of his game and where he's at as a starter. As we mentioned, 6-2 over 18 starts.
And you know he's going to be really pumped up for this start tonight. So that goes to his 4 keys to success tonight. Number 1, key down. Just pitch like he's been pitching out of the bullpen, and then don't count. Like you said last night, Tommy, don't start looking at the scoreboard trying to check out your pitch count to see how much farther you're going to be able to go. You just pitch and go as hard as you can for as long as you can.
And the defense behind Chris for Game 2 of the series tonight features Prado, Bourne, and Jason Hayward left to right in the outfield. Juan Francisco gives Chipper Jones the night off at third base. He had a big 2-run scoring hit last night. And Brian McCann and Chris Medlin represents the Braves battery. Rob Drake will call balls and strikes tonight. Joe West is the umpire at first. Sam Holbrook at second. And Andy Fletcher is at third. Partly cloudy night. 86 degrees, 55% humidity. A chance of showers later tonight. Let's hope they stay away. Let's hope the Braves stay red hot, trying to win their 7th consecutive game tonight. Emilio Bonifacio will go to work first for the Marlins. And a quick strike from Chris Medlin. One ball, one strike. Lifetime Medlin 6-2 as a starter in the major leagues. His first start since August 4th, I should say, 2010.
Four-seamer in the 90 to 91 range. Two-seamer a little less than that. Good changeup, good curveball.
And he gets a roller from Bonifacio. Ugla unloads quickly. And Emilio is out number 1. Donnie Murphy's the Miami third baseman. He's batting .164 with a couple of homers and 7 knocked in. Murphy had a pair of singles last night, one of them an infield hit. He jumps the first pitch, drives it right center. Hayward, long run, still going back, and that ball is gone. A long homer to right center for Donnie Murphy, and the Marlins have scored a first-inning run.
Goodness. Pretty good opposite field power from Mr. Murphy.
It caught me by surprise, and I think everybody else as well.
Fastball right there, but that's to one of the toughest spots in the ballpark to hit a home run, and only the second homer allowed by Medlin this year.
Ground ball on the next pitch. Diving play, Ugla. Throws to first wide, and Freddie Freeman couldn't make a play. Infield hit for Reyes.
And extends his hitting streak to 18 games. Great stop by Dan, but wide of the mark, trying to get it over there quick enough to get Reyes.
Yeah, great effort to get to it, but then from there it's a do-or-die play, and good throw might have had him, but it's tough to make that throw, let alone when you're hurrying with a quick guy going down the base path.
Here's Carlos Lee, the Marlins first baseman. He was 3 for 3 last night. Some a little surprised he's still a Marlin today after the 4 o'clock Eastern Time trading deadline.
I don't know if I'm surprised or not, but I would venture to say there's some people that were asking about him.
Rumor had it that the Yankees had inquired about Carlos Lee, but he was not willing to waive his no-trade provision in his contract. So he's still with the Miami club. Marlins, though, were very busy again today. traded Mujica to the St. Louis Cardinals, and they traded Gabby Sanchez to the Pittsburgh Pirates today. And one of the men they got back in one of those deals is Gorkis Hernandez. Braves fans might remember him. He came over from the Tigers in the Edgar Renteria deal. Then went to the Pirates for Nate McLouth.
I have a question.
Yes.
10-5 guy, 10 years in the big leagues, last 5 with the same team. That was the case with Carlos Lee when he was with Houston. So he allowed the trade to Miami. Does that provision carry over to another team, or has he used it up once?
I don't, you know,
his contract was, when he signed with Houston, the first 4 years he had total no trade. In exchange for that, in the last 2 years of the deal, he could provide a list of teams that he would not accept the trade to. And that list could change from year to year. And a ground ball hit towards second, should be 2, and will be. Remember, Houston tried to trade Carlos Lee to the Dodgers. He would not go there, but ended up with Miami. And we'll talk more about that as the Marlins jump in front in the first. Isn't it? Check them out. They're into it before school gets started here in the Southeast. Miami leads 1-0. Ricky Nolasco to the mound. Here's the Braves lineup. Bourne, Prado, and Hayward 1, 2, and 3. McCann, Freddie Freeman, Dan Ugla 4, 5, and 6. Juan Francisco in for Chipper at third base, and of course Chris Medlin bats ninth.
And for the Marlins, Ricky Nolasco, it's kind of been a tale of 2 seasons. You see his splits there. First 11 starts pretty good. 6-3, high ERA. Last 9 starts, can't get anything going. 2-6 with a 5.4, and he's 5-9 with a 5.18 in his career against the Braves.
He'll face Michael Bourne, and a quick strike.
And those numbers against the Braves lead us to his 4 keys to pitching success. Try something different, because whatever he's trying against the Braves is not working. And free passes. Now that doesn't really apply to him. He doesn't walk that many guys in terms of giving up too many walks, but the Braves have received 13 walks in their last 4 games, and 5 of those have scored, so he's got to be wary of that. So go ahead and walk the first guy if you want.
Sharp ground ball toward Bonifacio at second, and Michael Bourne is out number 1. Tommy, it's been said for a starting pitcher the toughest assignment is to face the same team in back-to-back starts. Even more so, I would think, for Nolasco, who's lost 5 of his last 7 decisions against the Braves.
Well, yeah, and especially when you're coming off a rough one the last time you faced these guys. So, you know, go one of 2 ways. You can look at it as, hey, it's a back-to-back start, and my last one I was awful, so I can only get better. Or you know, you can look at it and say, I've been struggling and it's not getting any better because I got to face these guys again. But like Joe said, try something different.
Up high to Martin Prado, the Braves left fielder. Everybody around baseball was really raving about his nabbing of Jose Reyes at the plate last night. Perfect throw from left field to preserve the Braves lead. Now he serves this ball into right field for the first Atlanta hit.
He said to me before the game tonight, guys, that as he was throwing it, he realized I'm really doing the wrong thing here. He said, because I needed to keep the batter runner at first base. He said, but I did not want them to tie the game up. He said that was first and foremost on my mind, even though Reyes was running. I just did not want to give up the tying run.
No, he didn't.
Great play.
Like I said, he was real mad at himself that he didn't catch that ball out there in the first place, and certainly made up for it with that throw.
Jason Hayward with a line drive to right. That sinks and falls in front of Peterson. And the Braves have back-to-back hits here in the first inning. Third hit of the series for Hayward.
He's putting some good swings on the ball, isn't he? Staying back beautifully. And just squaring up seems like everything, and using all parts of the field, which is great to see for Jason.
Well, here's the man that is absolutely blistered Ricky Nolasco. Brian McCann has 18 lifetime hits, 6 home runs against Ricky in his career. And that will be a balk. Nolasco didn't release the baseball.
I don't remember the last time I saw that happen. Oh, he stubbed his foot. His heel is on his left foot, hit the ground before he got it planted. So he stumbled a little bit.
Well, maybe he was trying something different.
Mm-hmm.
So a hit could mean 2 runs for the Braves. Second and third, 1 out for Bryant.
He's trying to crow hop.
1 ball, no strikes.
Watch his left foot. The heel will catch on the dirt. Right there.
That was a problem that JoJo Reyes had a lot. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Lefty.
Well, oddly enough, I mean, coincidentally, they're from the same hometown, from Corona, California. They were pals.
One ball, 1 strike. Bryant, 8 home runs, 19 RBIs in his last 17 games. A little contact here would tie it up.
You know the guys you hit well, the pitchers know you and that you hit them well. So Nolasco's going to try to prevent Brian from doing any damage here, even at the expense of walking him, I would guess.
So pick your poison, McCann or Freeman. Little roller to the right side will get a run home and tie the game. The balk pays dividends. Martin Prado scores. Hayward to third, 55 RBIs for Brian. And now we're tied at 1.
I'm sure Nolasco will take that. Take an out, give up a run. Only problem is, like we say, Freddie Freeman swinging the bat well, and this is a situation that he's been hot in all year long. 2 outs and runners in scoring position.
31 2-out RBIs for Freeman, including 1 last night. chance to chase home Hayward here in the home half of the first.
That got him in the knee or the shin, and it hurt, but he's trying not to let it hurt. Either that or he's just trying to get some air back in his lungs. See where that foul ball got him.
We see more guys doing that nowadays than I ever remember seeing guys doing when I was playing.
And especially Freddie. I mean, we did the games in Washington, Joe. Remember, it was Freddie Freeman, I believe, that was scattering the Nationals manager, Davey Johnson. He was standing in the first base dugout as Freeman was fouling balls almost directly behind himself. Can't imagine how he does that.
Well, teams don't want Freddie to be able to extend his arms and get the ball out over the plate, so they're trying to pitch him in much like they try to do with Jason Hayward. But like Jason last year, at times Freddie's so aggressive with his swings, and especially early in the count, he's swinging anything middle in, and especially with pitches that are in off the plate.
Let's see if they go in again with a 2-2. They did and missed. Full count with Dan Uggla on deck. Good at bat. Freeman walks. First of those from Nolasco. And here is Dan Uggla. Had an RBI hit, drove in 2 runs last night. That was a 5th inning double.
As I said, this guy doesn't walk many people. He's only walked 10 in his last 8 starts, and 2 of those were intentional passes.
And fellas, sooner or later, somebody is going to pay with Dan Uggla in the batter's box.
I think it's already started. I really do. I think it started last night. 3 hard hit balls, the double. Both the sharply hit balls for outs were to third base. He's got a good feeling he's beginning to come back.
No swing, 1 ball, no strikes. Top line, an encouraging sign. One ball, 1 strike.
That's even a little bit of a telltale sign there. That was a fastball. Looked like it had a lot of the plate. And Dan was kind of maybe looking for something else. Other than just looking for a fastball every pitch. He got caught looking for something else, and he got surprised with a fastball. Okay. Still got 2 strikes left.
Downstairs, 2-1.
That looked pretty good.
Hayward at third, Freeman at first. Braves have tied the game in the first. 1-1's our score. And Nolasco wants to know where that was. So does John Buck.
Fox Track says it a strike. Good pitch count for Dan Uggla.
And he walks. Braves have loaded the bases in the first inning for Juan Francisco. And Juan is the subject of tonight's Academy Sports and Outdoor Leaderboard.
Nice combo effort on the part of he and Chipper, and a few games for Martin Prado. Won 7 for his last 14.
And has a favorable breeze blowing toward the Atlanta bullpen. Ball 1.
It was off Nolasco that he hit that rocket down in Florida the other night into that exit. Keep going back to his numbers as a starter. Those are very good. 7 and 21 in 29 games.
He's made the most of his opportunities when he gets a start over there at third base, and it's certainly something that you want to have some confidence when you give Chipper a rest. There's not a big drop off.
The count even, 1 ball, 1 strike. And Joe's right. Juan was 3 for 3 against Nolasco in that game down in Miami. And that home run hit into the upper deck was taped at 435 feet. That was, of course, the original Mamo home run in Chipper speak.
Here's a look at it if you missed it. Ricky knew it. So did Juan, and it went in the exit right below the 438 mark up in the upper deck.
That's a long way.
Yes, sir.
2-1 pitch with the bases full. Line base hit right field. Hayward scores. Freeman around third. He's coming to the plate. Lee cuts it off. Francisco rundown. Throw back to first. Won't be made. All hands are safe. It's 3-1.
In his last 8 starts has Nolasco walked more than 2 men in a game. Well, tonight he's walked 2 already in the first inning. I don't know what it is about the Braves here lately, but they are coaxing a lot of free passes out of pitchers, and already 1 has scored tonight, and a good at bat by Francisco, and a good piece of base running here to get back and not run into an out.
Pretty good series for Juan. 2 at bats, 2 singles, 4 RBIs. And the Braves now lead for Chris Medlin by a 3-1 score. Randy St. Clair out to the mound. Might be waiting for Rob Drake. To offer a critique of his strike zone, but Randy didn't say a word.
No, he didn't say anything. And, you know, for Nolasco, he got McCann to ground out, had a chance to get out of the inning, and wasn't able to make a pitch against Freeman or Uggla, and ultimately Francisco same way, got a pitch to hit and drove it into the outfield, and this mess is largely his own doing.
Let's see if the Braves can add on. 3-1 the score for Giannis.
cut. Paul had a couple of hits last night.
Another good swing.
Today, when Andrelton Simmons comes back, Braves are going to have an interesting decision to make as to who your backup shortstop might be, if it's Giannis or Pasternicki or Jack Wilson, who, as you see there, is back with the club but not activated.
He's taking batting practice before the game today. One ball, 2 strikes.
One thing's for sure, we know Paul Giannis can catch it. And he's done a respectable job swinging the bat, too.
'31st pitch of the inning. And it misses low. 2-2. Well out of play. We'll do it again. The Braves start play tonight 3.5 games behind the Nationals. Washington home and hosting the Phillies tonight. We'll keep an eye on that score as we move along.
What's left of the Phillies anyway.
Yeah, they were busy at the deadline too. Another 3-2 count.
More balls than strikes this inning. 33 total pitches and a ton of breaking balls.
Francisco will move from first. There he goes. And Giannis swings and misses to retire the side. The Braves, though, see 34 pitches from Ricky Nolasco in the opening inning and score 3 times. After one, Braves in front by a 3-1 score. Baseball is brought to you in part by Ford, by the Home Depot, and by AT&T. Another look inside the Braves Hall of Fame and Museum here at Turner Field, and looky there.
Whoa, whoa. I'm not going to say anything.
Well, I will. You got to be an athlete.
Oh, wow.
To win a Silver Slugger Award.
Thank you.
There's just so few of you.
Well, that could be true.
Can't give him a compliment without going somewhere with a
backhand.
I love it.
Well, we've been throwing out compliments to this guy, Justin Ruggiano. He's been a real thorn in the side of the Braves this year.
And everybody else, for that matter. He's
a
good-looking young player.
He's hitting 5 straight against the Braves, has 7 hits and 16 at-bats, but finds himself down 0-2. Medlin punches him out on 3 pitches. Come watch the Braves take on the Astros this weekend. Enjoy Ultimate Kids Day on Sunday with free Scouts Alley games, a pregame parade, and free museum access where you can see all of Tom Glavine's awards. Visit Braves.com/tickets or call 800-745-3000. Here's Greg Dobbs. And he jumps at the first pitch and drives that toward left. And it's going to drop in front of Prado. And Dobbs held to a long single. Good play in left field by Martin.
With Greg Dobbs' ability to play third base, which is his natural position, and with a couple of teams out there shopping for third baseman, I'm surprised he's still with the Marlins. The Diamondbacks got Chris Johnson from Houston and plugged him into their lineup right away. But Dobbs certainly a guy that I was surprised some teams didn't take a look at that needed a third sacker.
Remember when the Phillies just a couple of years ago were so deadly off the bench, they had 2 different types of left-handed hitting pinch hitters. When they wanted a big home run with one swing, Matt Stairs was the guy. When they wanted a high on base, high average guy, they could use Greg Dobbs. And here's Buck, the catcher. John's not had a good year. 169 at the plate, 8 homers, 26 RBIs. Two. One of the youngsters that the Marlins acquired from the Tigers is catcher Rob Brantley, and he's playing at AAA. In a home run a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think Ozzy's been lobbying to get him here sooner rather than later.
Between Buck and Hayes, they haven't gotten much offense at all out of the catching position this year.
Well, why not? I mean, when they've already played their cards and said, we're not going anywhere, we're trading away these players, let's take a look at what we might develop for next year, then why not get him up here?
2-2 pitch, fly ball to right field. Hayward's going to make the catch. Dobbs might be deked. Dobbs is doubled up. Nothing going right for the Marlins, everything going right for the Braves. A double play on a line drive to right off the bat of John Buck. And the Braves back to work at the plate, ahead 3-1. assist for Jason Hayward, but maybe give a little bit of the credit to the Braves middle infield.
Yeah, watch Dan Ugla here. Dobbs doesn't know where the ball is. Dan's making it look like they got a ground ball and a chance for a double play. So Dobbs just keeps running and doesn't pick up his coach, didn't pick up the swing. And he's out by just a fraction. Good work.
So here's the favorite part of the night for Chris Medlin, perhaps. Not that he's starting, but he gets maybe a couple of at-bats.
Yeah, he wants to stand there long enough to get a couple, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd say 3. Get him 3 at-bats.
I know starters are paid to win games, quite obviously. Some of that, obviously, Tommy, you can't control when you're on the mound. The stat I always love to see is how does a team play when a starter pitches? And Joe brought it up last night. Braves are 14-4 when this guy has started a game for them. It just seems like when he's on the mound, as Chris strikes out, when he's on the mound, good things just seem to happen for this guy.
Well, that's partly him doing his job, like you say. Aside from the fact that maybe he doesn't always benefit in the decision, but he's doing the ultimate job of a starting pitcher, which is go out there and give your team an opportunity to win the game. Now, the fact that the Braves' record in his starts was so good, it obviously says that. And then there becomes a mindset in the guys that are playing behind him. They know that, hey, every time this guy takes the mound, man, we're somehow finding a way to win, whether he's a part of it or not. And that, like everything else, gets infectious, contagious, whatever you want to call it.
I agree. Rubs off on you.
That too.
Yeah. It does.
Michael Bourne skies one to deep center. Luciano drifts back. And he'll make the catch for the second out.
He's also one of those guys that likes to work fast. And anytime you're playing behind a guy that works quickly, your mindset is a little more into the game than a guy that stumbles around, rousing back, kicks the dirt, kind of lulls you to sleep.
And throws ball 1, ball 2. Just doesn't do much of that either. Martin singled and scored the Braves' first run in the first. And takes a good breaking ball for a called strike. Another fly ball to center. And Luciano puts that away. Nice comeback inning for Ricky Nolasco after a very shaky first. We go to the third. Chris Medlin and the Braves up 3-1. At beautiful Turner Field, where all season long Braves baseball on Sports South is being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price, every day. That's the kind of display we'd like to see added to.
You bet. Love the picture of the rings. That display of the rings along with the trophy.
Especially this being Chipper's final season, how fitting would it be for him to have a nice, long, and ultimately successful playoff run. The Braves are riding high now, 58-44 for the season, 3.5 out, winners of 16 of their last 21 games. This is Brian Peterson, and he scalds one to short. Giannis handles cleanly, 1 out. You can save up to $100 per year when you properly use a programmable thermostat. Set your thermostat to 78 degrees during the summer to save money and energy. To learn about other ways to save this summer, visit georgiapower.com/tips. Here's Nolasco.
Braves had a 6-game winning streak back in June. Started with a win in Washington, then went to Miami and continued it against Toronto here at home.
Up the middle, a base hit by the pitcher. So we go back to the top and Bonifacio.
And they had a 7-gamer before and after the All-Star break. 4 games before, Cubs and Phillies, and then 3 games after against the Mets.
Big line drive, foul over third and into the seats. Strike 1 to the Miami leadoff man. When Omar Infante went back to Detroit, Bonifacio became the Marlins' second baseman. That's pretty speedy middle of the infield, isn't it, with Reyes at short and this guy at second?
Yeah, he's been a pretty versatile player. Plays a pretty good center field for him when he's out there too.
Popped up. Francisco, long run, foul ground, has room, makes the grab.
It's a little bit like when Reyes was in New York and had Luis Castillo to his left playing second base.
And Donnie Murphy, the batter. He had a long home run in the first inning. A shot to right center field, his 3rd blast of the season.
There's nothing fluky about it. His 3rd of the year.
Francisco gives ground and misplays it. And all hands are safe with 2 outs. E5. And Reyes will be the batter.
We're bragging on Juan and the fact that he's made 4 errors this year. Prior to this, 2 of those came in his first game, and he'd been playing a real solid third base, but was close to glove a little too soon on that one.
Yep, I think he got in a little bit of a hurry, thinking he had to unload the ball a little bit quicker.
A strike to Reyes. An infield hit for Jose in the first inning. As Joe mentioned, that extends his batting streak to 18 straight with a hit. And a line drive to second will retire the side. How about Chris Medlin? 9 outs, 31 pitches, and a 3-1 lead in the third. Kids are having a great time in the Scouts Alley game area here at Turner Field. It's got a pretty good arm, doesn't he? And it's trivia time with the Braves up by a 3-1 score. It's the AT U-verse trivia question. Jason Hayward has 17 homers and 15 steals this year. Name the last Brave with a 25-homer, 25 stolen base season.
I think I might get one right for a change.
Lord knows you're due.
Yes, I am. I'm not going to reveal my answer just yet.
Okay. Keeping it close to the vest?
Very close. I'll let you guys stew on your own answers for a minute.
Another hit for Jason, another run for Jason in tonight's ball game. Juan Francisco drove him home, and Hayward laid down a bunt, but it was foul. Strike one.
Good idea leading off the inning if they're going to give that to you.
One ball, two strikes. I think it's safe to say, fellas, that Jason Hayward has settled in very nicely in that number 3 spot on Freddie's lineup card.
It's a perfect spot for him. The way he's swinging the bat right now. Usually has Chipper hitting behind him. Tonight, McCann. Very good spot.
But he waves and misses. And that's the first out of the Braves' third inning. Third strikeout for Nolasco tonight. here is Brian McCann.
I mentioned the free passes, and Nolasco doesn't walk many guys, and he walked 2 in the first inning. One of those scored. Well, how about this? In the Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot this month of July, 102 walks for the Braves. That's the most in the majors, and they're seeing more pitches per plate appearance this month. Over 4 pitches per plate appearance than anybody else.
Yeah, we talked about that, especially regarding Jason Hayward.
Uh-huh.
How patient he's been. It's carried over to the rest of the offense. And I would imagine, Tom, not fun to pitch to a team that does that.
No, it's not. I mean, teams back in my day that used to do that, or the Yankees were always notorious for doing that. You knew when you faced them, you were going to throw a ton of pitches because they didn't swing much. They made you work deep into the count.
High fly ball driven deep right field. At the track, at the wall, McCann has hit another one against Nolasco.
Uncanny. McCanny, I guess. He just had a good hack at a ball and fouled it back, and then he got another good pitch to hit and didn't miss it, dropped it right on top of the fence.
Brian McCann has hit 7 home runs in his career against Nolasco.
Man, that's really hard to believe that he's got that many home runs against one pitcher in relatively few at bats. I mean, what's that? 7 home runs in 19 at bats or something?
No, he's got 54.
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
19
no,
hits.
19 hits.
Yes.
That's what it was. Of his hits, that so many of them would be the percentage. So many of them being home runs is just unbelievable.
So if you're in Alaska, what in the world are you throwing?
I don't know, because I used to have the same conversations with people over Redmond when he was with the Marlins. Of course, he didn't hit home runs off me, but it didn't matter what I threw, he hit it. And I'm sure Nolasco was kind of shaking his head saying, are you kidding me? I'm sure he's tried different things, and Freddie made an adjustment there. The knee guard.
And he hates wearing those things. So that must have been bad.
Line drive left field for Freeman.
Let's check out the location of this pitch, Tom, because it looked like it was something up and in that he kind of fought off. No.
Yeah.
It was up.
He was trying to go in, but got it up and over the plate. Freddie did exactly what you should do with a pitch in that location.
Oglow walked. That was in the first. Back-to-back walks by Nolasco after 2 were out. That brought up Juan Francisco, who singled home 2 runs.
Brian McCann's not there yet, but he's almost in Mike Redmond territory for dominating one pitcher. I don't know, it just came to me.
Yeah.
I will say I don't think Redmond hit 7 homers off of you, though.
No, I think he hit 1.
The old cough button didn't work. Sorry, fellas. You saw me push it, though. 2 balls and a strike. My apologies. Here's the pitch to Oglow. And now 3-1. Say this for Dan, he is taking his walks. He'd be the first to tell you it's much more fun to get hits. Dan's walked 65 times now this year.
Second 3-1 count he's had to hit in.
And that's bounced by the Braves dugout. Full count. Runner goes. Uggla swings and misses. Buck's throw is not in time. Freddie Freeman has his first stolen base.
Good jump. Dan Uggla couldn't believe he swung through that. He actually asked the umpire if it was a strike because he couldn't believe it. That it didn't hit his bat, and I'm not sure about that one.
I think they might have got the benefit of one there.
By the way, Freddie Freeman in his career, 5 for 5 in stolen bases.
Is he?
So he's not the answer to the trivia question.
No. Not unless the multiplier effect.
Put him on some kind of slide. Rating curve.
Now the Marlins will walk Juan Francisco and go after Paul Janisch. Here it's 4-1 Braves in the third. Good news in Washington. Nationals loaded the bases in the bottom of the third inning and did not break through. The Phillies are beating them tonight. 3-0 behind Cliff Lee.
Good fighting Phils. I was asking Bill Acree today before the ball game about getting new players and how you get uniforms together and all that stuff. And as the director of team travel and equipment manager, Bill said that there's a kind of a working agreement with his cohorts in other cities, in this case in Chicago, where it's up to that traveling secretary to get those players' arrangements to come to Atlanta, and for Bill to arrange for Atlanta players to go wherever they might be going. And then they have a seamstress here locally who's got a good supply of Braves jerseys and numbers and letters so that they can take practice jerseys, batting practice shirts, a game jersey, and that sort of thing. In the case of Reed Johnson, and the seamstress can get jerseys made up for tonight, get them through one day, and then that gives the manufacturer time to send them a good supply of stuff. But that happens quick.
Tom?
Well, guys, the problem with Reed Johnson is he was packing up his locker when he left Chicago the other day, and he noticed, well, there's two different color blues, and the Braves don't wear blue spikes. So he was in a bit of a quandary. He said, I just left it all there. I grabbed my glove and I hit the road. That's why today he was wearing Dan Uggla's size 9.5s.
Yeah, you're right, Tom. And Bill told me that he had, I think, overheard a conversation that Reed was having with his shoe supplier. I'm not sure which one it is. Might be Nike, but rush me some shoes quickly, some black ones. And sometimes the teams can dye the shoe. In this case, I guess if he had brought some blue ones, they could have dyed them black in time to have them ready tonight.
How do you go about getting a man his number? Obviously, there are retired numbers that aren't available and numbers that are already in play. Is that information sent by the visiting team that, hey, Reed Johnson wants to wear number 11?
I don't know the answer to that. If he wore 5 for the Cubs, he wasn't going to get 5 here. That's Freddie's number.
Yeah, I would say it's assigned if it's a number that's not available that he was wearing.
Line drive down the left field line by Janisch. That ball is foul.
Oh.
He missed a bases clearing double.
Especially when they walked Francisco to get to him. That would have been nice. But based on what Bill told me tonight, by tomorrow the manufacturer should have had time to overnight uniforms with the names Johnson and Mahalam on there and be ready to go tomorrow. And Paul's expected here tomorrow.
And expected to debut on Saturday for the Braves. 2-2 pitch with 2 outs. A fly foul back our way. Now 70 pitches for Nolasco, and he's not through the 3rd inning tonight. Something else the Braves are doing, not just drawing walks, but a lot of laboring starting pitchers in that visiting dugout here.
Yeah, they are making guys work, and like you say, whether it's getting deep into the count or extending counts with foul balls and fouling off pitchers' pitches, they got a good approach right now.
Liner down the left field line. Foul again. Oh.
The first one, Paul kind of carried his bat with him down the line. He had a good idea it was going to hook foul, but on that one, he dropped the bat and took off. Thought that one might stay fair. Two hard hit balls that just missed. Don't blame Nolasco there after those rockets down the line. He went back to the pitch that he struck him out on in the 1st inning. A breaking ball down in a way that was really out of the zone and might have been ball 4.
So now the runners will move with 2 outs and a 3-2 pitch. Great at bat. Pitch number 9 for Paul Janisch. And he takes a walk. A well-deserved base on balls, and the 4th issued by Nolasco. Nolasco walked 4 men in one other game this year. That was on June 8th against the Tampa Bay Rays. And Medlin hits with the bases loaded. Put it in perspective for Nolasco, Joe alluded to this earlier. He walked 5 men the entire month of July coming into tonight's start.
Chris struck out his first time up. Didn't have a real good at bat, but he can swing the bat pretty well and takes pride in his hitting and is quick to tell you about playing shortstop in junior college, and some discussion as to when he signed about whether or not he really wanted to sign as a pitcher or continue to try to extend his career as a shortstop.
No balls and a strike. Brave at every base.
At this pace, though, he's going to get 6 at bats tonight.
We were hoping for 3, right?
He'll take it.
Brian Medlin is down on strikes. The Braves, though, add a third inning run. Brian McCann's 7th lifetime homer against Ricky Nolasco extends the Braves' lead 4-1 heading to the 4th.
Welcome back to Turner Field, where Chris Medlin is pitching with the lead, and he will, it seems, get another start. Tommy Hanson went on the disabled list today. Frank Wren was available to talk about that move pregame.
He probably could have been fine if we just skipped him a turn or moved him his spot back in the rotation. But with the addition of Mahalam and Chris Medlin now stretched out where we can use him for a couple times through, it gives Tommy 2 weeks to get completely healthy.
Guys, Frank mentioned that the Cubs were going to move Mahalam back a day anyway, so he's scheduled to go Saturday, Medlin again on Sunday. But look at the numbers that the Braves' current rotation as it stands has put up as of late. You go back to July 5th, 16 starts, 12-1 as starters with an ERA of 1.87 and 14 starts of 6 innings or more. That's quite a quad of pitchers for the Braves, and maybe Chris Medlin will join that group. Chip?
Thank you, Tom. Great work.
Yeah, it is great work, and a gaggle of quality starts there, too, for that quad.
Nice work.
So Carlos Lee is the batter. We were asking earlier tonight about Lee and his 10-5 rights. Tom did some investigatory work, found John Schuerholz, and John provided us with an answer. And I didn't realize that this was the case, but John Schuerholz said that a player holds his 10-5 rights forever. Even if he's waived or traded, he still has the right to approve or disallow a trade if he so desires.
I didn't know that.
So again, the Marlins were trying to move him maybe to the Yankees, but went to Lee and said, don't bother, I'm not going. So here he is starting the 4th for Miami, and he rips a line drive foul for a 1-2 count.
Now, one of the other things to keep an eye on here, too, as much as we talk about Medlin and his pitch count, the other thing that was always difficult in spring training, even though you were trying to stretch yourself out each time, was every time you went out there, you had to work on sitting down one extra time on the bench and then going back out and pitching one more inning. So as much as it may seem,
Brian McCann at the on-deck circle takes care of Lee, 1 out.
As much as it may seem that, well, you're only stretching the guy out another 10 or 15 pitches, a lot of times it's that extra sitting down, getting back up that you got to work through one more inning of that stiffness, or in this case, in Chris's case, however many innings it takes to get him to get to that 70 pitch mark. He's going to have to deal a little bit with, okay, well, the most he's ever pitched this year is 3 innings, I think, so he's used to that. So now he's going to have to sit down an extra 2 or 3 times and go back out there and crank it back up, and that was always an adjustment for a lot of pitchers in spring training.
Interesting.
So not the work, but the rest.
You kind of stiffen up.
Yeah, you stiffen up, and it's like, you know, you kind of get used to, okay, last game I did this. Oh, I got to go out there one more time. You know, and it's kind of getting used to that up and down.
We oftentimes see guys, might be Tim Hudson or one of the other guys, between innings, sitting there doing a lot of stretching, propping up a leg on the bench to stretch out a hammy or something like that. So that explains a lot of that, even on a hot day.
1-2 to Rucciano, who was struck out looking to start the second inning. And he chased a high fastball and is retired for the second time on strikes. 2 up, 2 down.
Well, he's been swinging a hot bat, but Medlin's got him figured out a little bit.
How about this cloud formation over the ballpark?
If this were in Oklahoma, we'd be going to the cellar.
Here's Dobbs. He singled in the second, and then the Braves deked him and doubled him up at first. There's the change.
Boy, such a good one. He's got such a good motion on it. Very deceptive to the hitter.
Roller toward short. Giannis has it. Medlin continues to dazzle. 44 pitches through 4 innings, and his lead still 4-1. But everything's sunny in that Braves dugout so far. Chris Medlin is pitching beautifully, and much to the enjoyment of our McDonald's fans of the game, we move to the home half of the 4th inning.
That can be accommodated.
Come on up.
Well, a lot of people are going on up out of cover, but I don't see raindrops.
In between innings, Ed Mangan and the ground crew took the cover off the tarp just beyond the Braves dugout. Check with Laser Baker. What's the radar looking like?
Said it's raining at the airport. Thank God we're not playing at the airport.
Ground ball to short. Reyes had it roll up his glove, but he stuck with it. And Michael Hughes out number 1. The Braves have created a limited edition of Chipper Jones commemorative prints. They'll be given away on 4 Fridays, August 17th, August 31st, September 14th, and September 28th. It's presented by SunTrust, and each print reflects a different stage of Chipper's career. Call 800-745-3000 or visit Braves.com/tickets today.
I asked him about the yickety thing today. I said, so is this like something you just invented for Twitter? And he goes, no, I've always called it that. Haven't you ever heard me call it that before? And I said, no.
Liner down the left field line. That's going to get in for a hit. Dobbs will play that off the base of the fence. Multi-hit game for Martin Prado, who's 2 for 3 tonight.
Chipper said, yeah, I'm always sitting on the bench and saying, this guy's about to go yickety. Well, Martin didn't go yickety, but he went doubly. I like the way Greg Dobbs played this, too. He wanted to get over there and cut it off and then decided, you know what, it's just too close to the wall. I'll just wait and let it stop. Dobbs also a third baseman. Ought to talk to Martin a little bit about outfield play. Martin's got it down.
A 1 for 2 night for Jason Hayward, who scored a first inning run. Two balls, no strikes. Could be a very profitable night for the Braves. The Phillies are clobbering the Nationals 6-0. That was Cliff Lee and Steven Strasburg at Nationals Park tonight.
By the way, as bad as the Phillies bullpen has been going, they got a good arm from the Dodgers for Shane Victorino. Lindblom. Got a big arm. He'll certainly be an asset as a setup guy behind or in front of Papelbon.
Rain begins to fall now as Hayward bats with 1 out in the 4th. Yeah, Shane Victorino went to the Dodgers. Hunter Pence went to the Giants today. Los Angeles totally has remade their team in the last 2-3 weeks.
They've got a pretty solid lineup top to bottom now.
That's letter high. Full count. Raindrops getting a little bigger now. Hot shot. Lee handles it first, and he'll win the race to the bag for the second out. Martin's at third for Brian McCann.
Now, one word I heard today was that the owners of the Dodgers told Ned Colletti, the GM, hey, go do what you want to do, need to do, and don't worry about the money. Kind of a nice carte blanche to have the day of the deadline.
Very nice.
What a dogfight that's going to be out west. The Giants and Dodgers tied for first, with Arizona only 3.5 games back. And a roller up the middle. Reyes makes the play on the first base side of the second base bag, And that sends this game to the 5th inning. 4-1, Atlanta leads game 2. Part by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by Georgia Power, by Ram Trucks, and by Blimpie. Light rain falling here at Turner Field, but nothing that would force an interruption of play, at least to this point. And the Braves don't want to see an interruption. They want Medlin to get through this 5th inning with the lead. He stands ahead 4-1. With John Buck ready to lead things off. 7, 8, 9 on the Miami lineup card. Chris needed just 44 pitches to get the first 12 outs. Rumored to be on a 60 to 70 pitch count limit tonight. And one of your keys, fellas, was don't think about that number.
No, he hasn't. He's gone out there and done what he always does, throwing strikes and been aggressive. The Marlins have been helping him out with some early at-bat contact.
Buck lined out to right. Dobbs was doubled up on that play. Now 2-2. Up and in for a full count.
He needs to accelerate this inning.
And he loses his man. Buck aboard with a leadoff walk.
Much like you didn't want to put too much emphasis on your pitch count and try and think about that. That's another mistake you can make sometimes too. And I've been there where I've done it, where you're out there, it's the 5th inning, you got a lead, and you see the clouds, and you're thinking, all right, just hurry up and get through this inning, and then you never get through that inning.
Ryan Peterson grounded to short his first time up. Ball 1. Chris has allowed 1 run. That was a first inning homer to Donnie Murphy. He struck out a couple of men. He's walked 1. He's had 1 error committed behind him. He's scattered 4 Miami hits.
His fastball is one of those that really, as a hitter, seems harder than even 90 or 91. It's sneaky quick and gets on you, and it has to have something to do with the fact that he doesn't have a big wild wind up or arm action out of his stretch. It just comes out of his hand so nice.
At the belt, Peterson's called out on strikes.
Yeah, if you were to take the radar gun away and just went solely on what you see in the hitter's reaction to his fastball, you would think he throws much harder than he does, because you see a lot of kind of they go after it and they take it because it's like, wow, you know, it's on top of me, or a lot of late swings. Right. So I think it's a combination, like I say, of that nice fluid delivery, and also they have to respect his off-speed stuff.
Starting to see some high strikes called here in the last inning or so.
We've had Rob Drake behind the plate before, and despite the first inning that Nolasco had problems with, where it looked like he didn't get the benefit of some calls, Drake's always been a good ball and strike guy.
Medlin will apply the tag. That's the second out. Buck at second. And we go back to the top of the order. The Braves are excited to bring legendary Southern Rockers Leonard Skinner to Turner Field for a free post-game concert after the Braves play the Phillies Saturday, September 1st. Visit Braves.com/tickets or call 800-745-3000. Bonifacio's 0 for 2. He'll be 0 for 3 if Dan Uggla catches this in shallow right. And Medlin is through 5 innings with the lead. What a performance. 4-1 is your score. Braves back to work at the plate. Since August of 2010, he's through 5 innings, allowing a run, 4 hits, and he leads the game by a 4-1 score. The Braves continue to roll on this homestand. Let's hope that continues as we look at our Jamison Inn upcoming schedule.
Wade LeBlanc is taking the place of Carlos Zambrano in the rotation tomorrow for Miami. Good numbers for him so far. In limited duty, Ben Sheets has been outstanding in his first 3.
Yeah, I think we touched on it a little bit last night. The exciting side for me, anyway, and I think probably for a lot of fans in Atlanta, the exciting and intriguing side of those 2 pitchers coming up for the Braves is to see if they both can continue on with what they've been doing. And obviously, Ben Sheets, everybody's just thrilled with what he's been able to provide, and I think everybody's excited with the turn that Mike Minor has made, and to see if that trend will continue, and he'll continue to get better and better each time he goes out there.
In the Braves' fifth, Freddie Freeman, Dan Uggla, and Juan Francisco are coming up.
Chris was getting some handshakes in the dugout, and there is some action in the bullpen. Makes you wonder if 5 innings is going to be enough, as Corey Guerin just called up from Gwinnett begins to loosen up.
Reyes at short. 1 out as Freeman's retired for the first time tonight.
57 pitches for Medlin so far.
Well, I mean, I think it gets back to what I was talking about, and I think they're going to err on the side of that. You know, it's 2 innings more than he's pitched all year long. If there's a magic number out there, so to speak, in terms of pitch count that they want to get him to, then my guess is that'll be it. Innings wise, he'll go upstairs in the tunnel and he'll throw however many more pitches they want him to throw in the tunnel to build up that volume.
Well, that's a good thought.
This is not a one-off start for Medlin. He's going to get another chance. Chris will pitch Sunday against Houston. Final game of the homestand. Juan Francisco's our Delta Airlines on deck batter. Dan Uggla's the batter in the box. Braves up 4-1 and an 0-2 pitch. 2 outs.
6 strikeouts for Nolasco. 2 starts ago, Roy Halladay, 6 innings, gave up 3 runs to the Braves and struck out 7. Blanton struck out 7. Hamill struck out 7. They all lost.
Yep. That trend can continue. Strike out all you want as long as you give up some runs along the way.
Francisco, 2 hits in this series, both singles. Both hits drove in 2 runs. He was also intentionally walked back in the 3rd inning. One ball, 2 strikes. How did he hit that ball? Amazing. Second hit of the game for Francisco. This one came with 2 outs.
But you know what? Last night, the base hit he got off Zambrano, he went the other way as a pinch hitter, and he's doing more of this, where we've seen him kind of be an all-or-nothing guy most of the season, and about the only thing he would connect on was something down and in. It's been a lot different in recent days. And that's 8 for 9 for his last 17.
Here's Giannis again. Paul had a terrific at bat last time up. Really forced up Nolasco's pitch count before walking.
9 for his last 16.
And for as good a fastball hitter as he is, he did a great job there on that off-speed pitch of staying back and just poking it the other way.
Nothing in 2. Carrasco tonight has only one 1-2-3 inning. That was the second. So he has had some stressful frames tonight. He's allowed 7 hits. He trails the game, as you see, 4-1.
And they might be a little short in their bullpen tonight, too, because they traded Edwin Mujica to the Cardinals. A good arm and a good pickup by St. Louis. And I'm not sure they got anyone here in time to take his place.
Chance we'll see a lot of new faces for the Marlins here tomorrow for Game 3. The newspapers in South Florida said Gorkis Hernandez is expected to join the club here tomorrow. Already talked about the catcher they got from the Tigers, Rob Brantley. Don't know if he'll be here by the end of this series or if that's even a consideration for Miami.
They got Zach Cox from the Cardinals in that deal from Mujica, and he was a first-round pick in 2010 for St. Louis.
Giannis, ground ball. Bonifacio throws off stride and makes a beautiful play. That was not an easy play. Wet grass, wet baseball. And Giannis and the Braves are out in the 5th, but ahead. By Jameson Inn, by the Georgia Lottery, and by McDonald's. Just as we ended the bottom of the 5th inning, the skies have opened up here at Turner Field, and we are in a rain delay. Joe West called out Ed Mangan and his grounds crew. And at 8:47, we officially entered a rain delay here at the ballpark. And really, fellas, it's perfect timing for the Braves. Chris Medlin got his 5 innings in. The Braves have the lead. And Mother Nature can do whatever she wants. This is an official game for Atlanta.
Yeah, from that standpoint, absolutely. It could, although we don't want it to rain all night, but if it does, it's an official game, and the Braves are certainly in good shape here. So we'll see what happens.
So the rain continues to fall at Turner Field. We will send you to our rain delay programming. In my own words, with David Justice will be the featured programming. And then Joe, Tom, and I will have updates for you from the ballpark as the situation warrants. Estimated first pitch or return pitch time of 10:40 Eastern time. And we will resume this game with the Braves up 4-1 in the top of the 6th inning with the Miami Marlins. In the meantime, we'll send you out for a few minutes of the Making of a Braves broadcast. Then Joe Simpson, Tom Glavine, and I will be back for the remainder of our game between the Braves and the Marlins here in Atlanta. full years. And as you see in our Blimpie game summary, the bats certainly supported him as well with 3 first-inning runs after the Marlins struck on a solo home run from Donnie Murphy. So here's the scoring to this point, fellas.
And it was a pretty good shot to right center field, opposite field for Murphy, but the Braves came back in the bottom of the inning. Ground out, got 1 in. 2-run single by Juan Francisco made it 3-1. And of course, Nolasco pitching. Brian McCann has to do something.
Yeah, he had to get in on the act with another home run, his 7th of his career off Nolasco.
But how about Chris Medlin tonight, guys? It's like he didn't miss a beat back in the starting rotation.
No, he went out there and made the most of this opportunity. He went out there, he was aggressive early in the count, getting ahead of hitters, getting some strikeouts, double play ball, and really just went out and did what he had to do and attacked the strike zone, and because of that was able to pitch probably deeper into the game than I think he thought and most people did, getting through 5 innings. So that was a great start for him.
Very economical. That's why he was able to go 5 and maybe could have gone a little farther, but wouldn't have mattered because the rain set in.
So the Braves, leading their game against the Marlins, know that the Phillies, who traded away Hunter Pence and Shane Victorino, got a 5-hit shutout pitched by Cliff Lee tonight. And so the standings at the moment show the Braves only 3 games behind the Nationals. If the Braves can finish off the Marlins, they will start play tomorrow, just 2.5 games back in what is now suddenly a very tight 2-team race in the National League East. First pitch, or return pitch I should say, expected around 10:40. We'll step aside with a quick break and come back and get back to baseball here on a rainy night in Atlanta after this. Freddie Gonzalez makes a motion toward the home plate umpire, announcing that he's going to make a pitching change. Quite obviously, Chris Medlin out after 5 and a nearly 2-hour rain delay. Looks like Corey Guerin's going to be the man answering the AT&T call to the bullpen. Guerin was brought up by the Braves today and is the first man on in relief of Chris Medlin for this 6th inning.
He's having a pretty good year in Gwinnett. 33 games, 3-1 record. 1.27 ERA. Pretty good, real good opponent's batting average against. Opponent's only hitting 191 against him. So done a good job down there and try to make the most of this opportunity here.
Was leading their team in saves too.
Guys, it's a question we get a lot. What in the world do Major League players do for a 2-hour rain delay after they jumped out to a lead after 5?
Eat.
Play cards. Same thing that former players do, and they're sitting up here. Eat.
Well, you both were all-stars in that category during the rain delay, so nice work. There is another interesting story going on in Major League Baseball tonight. We'll keep you up to date on this as well. And it's A.J. Burnett of the Pittsburgh Pirates. They're playing the Cubs tonight, and at last report, he had a no-hit bid into the 8th inning. He's got 2 outs in the 8th inning as the Pirates are facing the Cubs. That game's being played at Wrigley Field in Chicago. He has walked a couple of men. He has hit a batter. But so far, the Cubs do not have a hit in that game. And now they just got the hit.
Way to go. See?
So the no-hit bid by A.J. Burnett goes by the boards in the eighth.
By Cardenas, pinch hitting for the pitcher.
How about the Pirates? They certainly loaded up at the deadline. They're going for it this year. They've added Wandy Rodriguez. They added Chad Qualls. They added Gabby Sanchez today. And that trade for Chad Qualls, Joe, you were joking about that before the game with Casey McGee going to the Yankees along with
Cash.
How about that?
The Yankees got McGee, and the Pirates had to send Cash with him to the Yanks.
So we're ready to go with Donnie Murphy, the second place hitter for the Miami Ball Club. He's homered and he's reached on an error, and Corey Guerin delivers a quick strike. An hour and 53-minute rain delay. And a line drive into right field. Jason Hayward makes a chest-high catch. One out.
Ed Manganou's crew did another bang-up job getting the field ready. Got the tarp down in time so the infield didn't get too wet. Spread some drying agent around just in case, but the outfield's going to be saturated. There was a lot of rain that fell here.
Reyes an infield hit. He's also lined out. And 1 ball, no strikes. Tough to get the juices flowing again after a delay as long as we had tonight.
Won't be too tough for the Braves. A little tougher for the Marlins.
Freeman, nice play to his right.
He had just backed up. He'd come in for the first pitch in case he might try to bunt. And then I'm not sure if he got some instructions from the dugout, but he backed up about 3 or 4 steps and it gave him a little more time to react here.
Is that drying agent slippery? Guys, maybe an odd way of putting it. Dries up all the excess water, quite obviously, but is it a tacky surface or does it give you pretty sure footing?
You know, it's certainly a lot better than if it was soaking wet, but it to a certain extent it does sit on top a little bit, so it might be you know, a little bit slick till you get down under it, but certainly much better than nothing at all.
Carlos Lee's 0 for 2. He hit into a double play his first time up. How about hops off that diamond dry surface?
I don't think.
Yeah,
no effect.
Yeah,
it's just loose on top. Your spike should be able to dig into that okay, unless it cakes up and you need to keep your spikes clean.
That's tipped and caught by Brian McCann. Impressive return to the big leagues for Corey Guerin. He gets the Marlins 1-2-3 in the top of the 6th. 1 and 2 expected on the lineup card. And speaking of expecting, here's who we expect to take part in Game 3 of the series, our Chevron pitching matchup.
Wade LeBlanc's got some big league time in with the San Diego Padres. Braves have seen him before, and he's pitched pretty well, as you see, for the Marlins in some brief work. But Ben Sheets, 3 starts, 6 innings each start. He's 3-0. Can't get much better than that.
So Ben looks on as the Braves go back to work offensively, leading by a 4-1 score. And Tyler Pasternicki will be the hitter as Dan Jennings is on for the 10th time for Miami. Aaron goes an inning and records a strikeout. And ball 1 from Jennings.
Jennings an inning last night, so he's getting plenty of work since he just got called up. Hope he was well rested at AAA.
Makes you wonder how much work Wade LeBlanc can put in for Miami tomorrow. He did start at AAA, but has been pitching mostly out of the bullpen at the big league level. As Pasternicki launches one deep left, and that one's long gone.
Boy, was that a liner. You know, after Simmons got hurt and then Giannis comes in, Wilson gets hurt, he's kind of the forgotten guy. And here's a little something to remember him by. That was a rocket.
You said earlier tonight before the rains came that when Simmons does come back, the Braves really have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to shortstops. Between Giannis, Pasternicki, and Jack Wilson, and of course Simmons, who will be the presumptive starter when he comes back from his broken finger.
Good problem to have.
Yeah, good for Tyler.
So that makes it a 5-1 game. And Michael Bourne bats. And he lines one into center. Bourne a big turnaround first. He'll stop there. 128 hits for Michael, if I can read my writing. First tonight. So Jennings has been met rudely. Back-to-back hits for the Braves. Here's Prado. Martin has singled, scored, and doubled. I don't know how you characterize it, guys, but I just sense there's a real swagger starting to develop with this Braves club right now.
Well, they're showing up every night right now thinking they're going to win. And, you know, it's easy to do, obviously, when you get on a streak. But it's not so much how many games they've won in a row. It's the body of work over the last month or so that, you know, has really been good. And I think is starting to make them feel like they're hitting their gel. They're hitting their peak a little bit.
And they're healthy, guys. I mean, with the exception of Simmons, you know, there's not any vision problems and finger issues slowing Freeman down. Chipper has been in there a lot, except tonight. He took a rest tonight. McCann's getting good rest. Ross is filling in nicely for him, but by and large, they're a healthy group and they're in there every night.
Braves have had a 17-8 month of July. This is the final day of the month. Calendar turns to August 1st tomorrow. And the Braves have gained ground in the division. They've improved their record within the East. They're over 500 at home now. And taking advantage of this critically important homestand, their longest of the year. They've swept the Phillies, and they're leading Game 2 against the Marlins. Albeit in Ozzie Guillen's wildest dreams, he never imagined that this season would unfold the way it has in Miami.
No, and the prospects for the rest of the year are not real good for them either. But you know what they do have going for them, even though they have traded off a bunch of their key position players, is that they've got a good rotation. Every night they're going to send out some pretty good arms to give them a chance to win. And it'll give them a chance to look at some younger players the last 2 months, too.
3 balls and a strike. And now a full count.
And they should get Mike Stanton, Giancarlo Stanton, back, I think, what was it, August 10th?
10, 11 days.
Yeah. So one of the things I just learned was that when they got Carlos Lee, the next day, Stanton went on the DL. So they played together like one game. And they haven't had them in the lineup together since.
Yeah, it really has been shuffle the players for Ozzie all season in Miami. Runner goes, ground ball to short. Reyes will throw late to second. Ball dropped and everybody's safe. What was Reyes thinking there?
Trying to steal an out. And I think the umpire was about to call him out. Like Sam Holbrook was about to throw up an outside until he saw the ball drop.
So Martins at first, Warren's in safely at second, and Buck out for a visit with Jennings. That's scored a fielder's choice in E4, allowing Warren to reach second safely. Tommy Hutton, the fine broadcaster with the Marlins, told us a number that really shocked us before the start of the series yesterday. Because of all the injuries to Logan Morrison, and Chris Coghlan hasn't worked out, and Mike Stanton's been hurt. The Marlins, in their first 100+ games, have used 33 different outfield combinations. Think about that.
That's amazing.
Yeah, particularly when a lot of those guys in the outfield were guys they were counting on to do some big damage.
Bonifacio missed a month and a half with a thumb problem. Morrison's out with a bad knee that might require surgery. Mike Stanton's had knee surgery. There was talk that Mike Stanton going to the All-Star game, hitting in the home run derby. Got hurt right before that. Hasn't been activated yet. But he will help this Miami offense. Up the middle, a base hit for Hayward. Bourne will streak around third, and he will score without a throw. 2 more hits for Jason.
An awful left-handed pitcher, and he banged it back through the middle, and I mean hit it hard. Good for Jennings to get out of the way. RBIs for Jason.
Out pops Randy St. Clair. Tyler Pasternaky started the sixth with a leadoff pinch hit homer. Bourne single. Prado reached on a fielder's choice. Hayward an RBI hit.
Ryan Webb begins to loosen up for the Fish.
Two in, two on, nobody out for Brian McCann. Bouncing ball toward Lee at first. He thought about going to second. Takes the sure out. Runners second and third, one down. Freddie Freeman has 4 hits in the series. He scored a first inning run tonight. He had a run and an RBI last night. Infield comes in for Miami and strike one. Barring injury, just think what kind of a hitter this guy's going to be at 25 or 26. He's already incredibly talented.
It's going to be fun for Braves fans to watch.
A couple of pretty good young players to anchor in the middle of your lineup, and have the Braves fans have the luxury of watching hopefully for a lot of years between Freddie and Jason.
Factor in Andrelton Simmons and some of the young players in the Braves minor leagues. Christian Betancourt is one. Evan Gattis, another one who's coming back from an injury. Doesn't even factor in all the pitching the Braves were still able to hang on to at the deadline without giving any of those prized arms up. Very exciting times here at the end of July. Freeman is down on strikes. That's the second of the inning, or the second out, that is. And here's Ugla. Dan's walked and struck out swinging twice. One ball, no strikes.
One thing, getting that front foot down quicker for Dan that will help is that will also help steady your head, so that hopefully when the foot's down, your upper body's not sliding with it, and you stay back and you got a better look at the pitch.
High pop, shallow left. Dobbs is there, and the side is retired. The Braves pick up a couple of sixth-inning runs. Tyler Pasternaky hit a solo homer in a pinch, and it's 6-1 Atlanta. Miami Marlins. Corey Guerin, an impressive inning of relief. He'll give way now to the second man answering the AT&T call to the bullpen, and that man is veteran right-hander Chad Durbin. This is game number 50.
He's leading the team in appearances, isn't he? Double check that, but I think he is.
He is. In his 49 games, though, just 40 innings.
Next closest is Venners with 44. You were talking about him the other night, Tom, about after a bit of a rough April, he has really gotten command of his slider, his cutter, and his sinker, and he's done a great job.
Yeah, he's really, after that first month or so of the season, really settled in and been a very reliable arm coming out of that bullpen for Freddie Gonzalez.
Justin Ruggiano starts the 7th. Good work out of the Braves bullpen isn't just limited to relief pitcher Chad Durbin. Look at the overall numbers in the month of July. Braves bullpen 3-2, a 2.13 ERA, 82 strikeouts, 76 innings, and only 19 walks. No runs in their last 17 1/3 innings. For the relief corps, pop up into shallow right. Jason Hayward's there. One away in the 7th. And again, a reminder to get your Chipper Jones 4-game plan today. Plans include a ticket to 4 Friday games, including Chipper Jones Night, September 28th, and a set of 4 Chipper Jones commemorative prints presented by SunTrust. Packages start at $71, so visit Braves.com/Chipper or call 404-577-9100 today. Greg Dobbs bats with a 1-for-2 tonight. Now 1-2. Remember way back when Chris Medlin started this game for the Braves and went 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts, 57 pitches in those 5 innings. And a hot shot pass down Ugla. And Dobbs is aboard with a 1-out single. If this score holds, fellas, the Braves will go to 15-4 in games that Chris Medlin has started in the big leagues.
Those are good numbers. If it was 3-1, you wouldn't have a big sampling, but you've got a good sampling of that now.
Yeah, that's a reputation you want, that when you take the mound to start, your team wins.
And Chris will get another opportunity to start. He will pitch Sunday against Houston. Fly ball off the bat of John Buck to right. Jason will make the catch. And we told you Reed Johnson is here after being acquired by the Cubs around midnight last night. Paul Maholm's expected to be here in time for tomorrow's game. The Braves will have to make a corresponding roster move to accommodate Paul's addition to the roster. And Maholm's expected to make his Braves debut on Saturday. Also tonight, earlier, Tommy Hanson was placed on the 15-day disabled list, some lower back discomfort. So the Braves will let that calm down and get him back in a couple of weeks. After Tommy earned his career high 12th win last night.
He's had a good pitch. Tailing action on a good live fastball.
Two balls and a strike. Urban was another nice pickup by the Braves. Remember, at the end of spring training, the Nationals released him. Braves quickly signed him, and he's, as we've shown you, pitched excellent baseball. Liner into center. Bourne got a good jump. Tumbling catch, and he made it. He's something, isn't he? Stretch time at Turner Field. Trainer Jim Lovell, after he made a terrific tumbling catch to take away a hit try by Brian Peterson. Trivia time, remember, our AT&T Uverse trivia question. Jason Hayward has 17 homers and 15 steals this year. Name the last Brave with a 25-25 season.
I'm going Chipper Jones.
I'm going Chipper Jones as well. I know he did it. I don't know if he was the last.
We'll make it 3 for 3 and see if we're right.
Bang. Three for 3.
That only means trouble for the rest of us, you know.
I'm glad I won't be here tomorrow.
Oh, come on. So the last of the 7th inning. Ryan Webb is on. 40th game for the Miami righty.
Well, they don't call him Spud. He's 6'5", 230. Clearwater, Florida.
And it's double switch for Miami. Scott Cousins takes over in right. He'll bat in the number 9 spot, which will lead off the top of the 8th. Good night for Juan Francisco at the plate. 2 more hits, 2 more RBIs. He also drew an intentional walk. 2 balls and a strike. Webb was originally drafted by Oakland, a 4th round choice back in 2004. Went to San Diego in a trade for Scott Hairston. And a line drive, fair and down the left field line and into the corner. Man, if he starts going the other way with that pull power, Francisco is going to continue to be a very dangerous Braves hitter. He's 3 for 3 tonight.
I'm not sure he was really thinking going the other way because his head was looking to right center, wondering where that one went. But it was solid contact. He's tearing it up.
11 more Atlanta hits tonight. And here's Paul Janisch. Let's finish the transaction records for Ryan Webb. Also in 2010, the Marlins got him from San Diego with Edward Mujica for Cameron Maybin. That was in November of 2010. Strike 1. Phillies beat Washington tonight 8-0. Cliff Lee and Steven Strasburg were the starters. Broken bat left side. Murphy's got it. 1 out. Kinski grabs a bat. Chad Durbin pitches an inning of 1-hit baseball. Had a pinch hit single in the 7th last night. He was joking about that before the game, Joe. He said it was one of those bloopers, and he hasn't had many of them.
Well, you're due a few of those. Even things out when you hit line drives at people. Eric just doesn't get many infield hits or bloops. Take every one of them.
Guy throws hard. That was at 94 at the knees, or somewhere close to the knees.
Well, I'll tell you, he was terrific out in San Diego as a setup guy. He and Mujica were really nasty 1-2 guys in the setup area for the Padres. That's why the Marlins made the deal for Maybin to get them.
If I'm not mistaken, he was setting up Heath Bell. And who would have thought it? You have Webb, you have Mujica, and you have Heath Bell, but pitching in Miami. And instead of that trio duplicating their success in San Diego, it's been a disaster in South Florida.
It didn't quite go as well on the East Coast as it was going on the West Coast.
Mujica now a St. Louis Cardinal. As Joe mentioned earlier, they traded him at the deadline for Zach Cox, a 3rd baseman, a #1 pick. Marlins are looking for a long-term solution at 3rd base. And Zach Cox was blocked by David Freese in St. Louis.
Well, you can never count out the Cardinals, as everybody learned last year. They're in third place, and nobody's talking much about them behind Cincinnati and the Pirates, but they're only 7 out. And I'm sure a lot closer than that in the wild card. I'm not sure how far out they are in the wild card.
Henske takes one over the inside corner and disagrees with the call, but he's the second out.
Just shaved that inside line. Cardinals are 4 out in the wild card race.
Francisco at second for Michael Bourne with 2 out. That one gets away from Buck. Passed ball. Line drive foul, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Nice job of relief by Webb, who gives up a leadoff double, but nothing else. This game moves to the 8th. Late night tonight at Turner Field. We had an hour and 53-minute rain delay. It began at 8:47. And a chance for Freddie Gonzalez to tune up some of his relievers as Eric O'Flaherty, the next man to answer the AT&T call to the bullpen. Eric's been terrific again. This is his 43rd game.
Excuse me. He has done a nice job and really done a nice job of sliding into that 8th inning slot and picking up the slack where Johnny Benners has struggled a little bit, and kind of giving the Braves that stability they were looking for and give Johnny an opportunity to work things out a little bit.
And he'll face Scott Cousins first. Cousins came on in the 7th inning defensively and takes a ball low. What a busy baseball day today. The Major League Baseball trading deadline passed at 4 o'clock, and as we expected there would be, there were a ton of deals today. Told you about the Braves move nearly 24 hours ago, acquiring that man, Reed Johnson, and Paul Maholm from the Cubs. Told you about the deals the Marlins made. We've got a list of the National League trades that were completed today. And some big moves, I mean, especially the Pittsburgh Pirates, who are going for it in the National League Central.
Reds got Jonathan Broxton. That prevented a couple of other clubs from maybe picking him up that were interested. One of them was the Giants.
The Giants and Dodgers were kind of playing ping pong there for a while, huh?
Weren't they?
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Okay, now here's what we're going to do.
But it's amazing how radically the Dodgers have transformed their ball club from the one we saw earlier this season out in Los Angeles. They get Shane Victorino, they get Brandon League for their bullpen. They already have Hanley Ramirez. As Cousins is down on strikes, 1 away in the 8th. Again, at the start of play tonight, the Giants and Dodgers were tied for first in that Western race.
The Dodgers really needed to do something with their rotation. After Kershaw, you have Billingsley, you got Capuano. It gets a little bit thin for them. And when they've got to go against the Giants in any series and facing Kane and Lincecum and Vogelsong and Bumgarner, that's pretty formidable. So with the Giants adding Hunter Pence to their lineup, I think they addressed a need they had.
And that's why the Dodgers were so hot and heavy after Ryan Dempster, but they and the Cubs couldn't come to terms for a trade today. As we know, Dempster didn't come to Atlanta, but we will show you in a moment where Ryan did end up, and it was a real last-minute thing because I never heard that the Texas Rangers were in on Ryan Dempster, but that's where the Cubs righty ended up today.
Yeah, even as late as this afternoon, you still heard Cliff Lee maybe going to Texas.
Strike to Bonifacio, 2-1. So they'll not only get Ryan Dempster, but they get his battery mate Giovanni Soto from Chicago.
Yeah, in separate deals.
I hope they got along. You know?
Yeah. It's the truth.
Tom Hart, you have more on Ryan Dempster?
Yeah, guys, you know, it seemed like hours ago, and it was when we talked to Frank Wren about this latest deal, and I asked him if dealing with the Cubs in that situation with Dempster, if there was any hesitation going back. And the first thing he said was, no, absolutely not, because it wasn't the Cubs' fault that deal fell apart. But the second part that made this current deal so enticing was that the first time through, Reed Johnson would not have been part of any Ryan Dempster deal. Now with Paul Maholm, they were able to package it and get two guys in the same deal. But Frank Wren made it sound like that wasn't going to happen with Dempster 10 days ago.
So it is funny how the trade landscape can change. And as we said earlier, sometimes the trade you don't make may work out better for you in the long run.
And the price of eggs on this deal was a lot less than it was or would have been supposedly for Dempster. But back to the Dodgers. I know they've really fortified their lineup with Victorino and Ramirez. I mean, that's quite a lineup in the middle there with Ethier and Kemp already there. But I still think the Dodgers are going to have to get some help for their rotation.
And you still can make trades. You can still go get guys. It's just more difficult now. Players have to pass through waivers, which complicates things. And as Joe said earlier, apparently money is no object for the new Dodger ownership. Bonifacio with a line drive to left as his first base hit of the night.
And no money's no object for the Pirates either, apparently. So,
yeah, you know, you're sending money with players to the Yankees.
The Yankees of all places.
Crack me up.
What's going on with the world? Chipper's on Twitter, and the Yankees are getting money back in trades. Maybe the Mayans were right. The world is approaching its end in 2012.
I'm just so happy for Pirates fans. How long has it been since they were a buying team, you know, an upgrading team instead of a team like the Marlins this year where they were selling? Good for Pittsburgh.
Gabby Sanchez pickup, that could be a little bit of a sleeper.
That's bounced towards second, should be 2, and it is. Murphy's doubled up, and the Marlins are done in the 8th. Stop by the Game Used Collectibles store located on the terrace level near the Chop House on your next visit to Turner Field. Ask an associate about purchasing a Game Used baseball from that day's game as a memento. Visit the Game Used Collectibles store today. Prado, Hayward, and McCann coming up for the Braves in the 8th. Wait, one more note on the Pirates. Pittsburgh winning tonight is now 59-44. If the Braves win tonight, they'll be 59-44. And keep in mind, the Braves have already seen Pittsburgh one time. The final 3 regular season games of the year could be huge games. As far as the playoffs are concerned, the Braves will head to PNC Park and play the Pirates October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
And that series against Pittsburgh here was a 4-game series, split 2-2.
Two-hit game for Prado tonight. And he takes low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Martin now 38 multi-hit affairs. That's most on the club. To first. 1 out. Don't forget to stay tuned for Braves Live tonight. It's presented by AT&T. We'll hear from Freddie Gonzalez. We'll get sound from the locker room, and we'll have all of tonight's highlights. Hope we get a chance to hear from Chris Medlin tonight. You seldom think about all the hours of work and rehab that a player goes through when he has an injury like Tommy John surgery. Much of that time spent away from the ball club. And here he is, nearly 2 years since making his last start, potentially back in the win column with 5 innings of terrific work in his return to rotation this evening.
Seems like, especially for young pitchers, though, if there's some guys on your team that have already been through it, you've really got someone to lean on and be kind of a mentor about staying propped up mentally.
Another bullet off the bat of Hayward. Well, this one caught and left by Dobbs, who got a good jump. Man, is he squaring everything up.
Really a good stretch, and it's been a good month for him after a good month of June, too.
Brian McCann, the batter. Brian with a couple of RBIs tonight. First came in the first on a ground ball out to the first baseman Carlos Lee. The other one, a solo home run off Ricky Nolasco. The 7th that he's hit against the Marlins starter. That's also in the air to left center, but this ball's going to get down, and it's going to roll to the warning track. A 2-out double for Brian McCann.
I was just about to say that in a game like this where you've had a long rain delay, quite a few fans have stuck around, to their credit. But as a hitter, you think, okay, we've got a comfortable lead here and everybody's kind of ready to go home, but I want one more hit. Oh, give me one more shot up there and let me take one more swing, because I'd like to get another hit. And that's what Brian did.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but 2-hit night now, so feel a lot better about that than a 2 for 5 than a 1 for a 5.
Yeah, with a homer and a double.
Six more runs, 12 more hits for the Braves. Oh, and 2. 21,819 was the paid crowd at Turner Field tonight. A big tip of the cap for those who hung in tonight. Nearly 2-hour-long rain delay.
Freddie'd like to join that multi-hit club too tonight.
You see on his right leg, he's wearing that protective device. He fouled a ball off his knee very early in tonight's game. 2-2.
Giants are leading the Mets out in San Francisco. This could be a very good night for Atlanta to put some more distance between themselves, the Mets and the Marlins, and gain a game on the Nationals.
Yeah, that's Matt Harvey pitching tonight for New York. Tim Lincecum's going for the Giants.
Harvey had a great debut in Arizona.
Line drive left field. That's going to get down. Dobbs smothers it. Streaking around third is McCann, and he's going to score standing up. So indeed, Freddie Freeman does join the multi-hit game parade. It's 7-1. Another big night for Freddie as we check in again with Tom.
Hey guys, credit Jason Hayward for that base hit from Freddie Freeman as he came to the on-deck circle before our favorite bat boy Dan Sycophus could put away Hayward's bat. Freeman stopped him, took his barrel, rubbed it on Hayward's bat for a little bit, gave him a knowing wink, and went to the plate knowing he'd rubbed some good mojo right off of Jason Hayward's hot bat.
I've been known to do that.
Whatever it takes, right? Dan could use some of that himself. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Line towards center. Ruggiano goes back and makes the catch. And that retires Atlanta in the 8th inning. 3 more outs to get for a 7-game Braves winning streak. Take time for tonight's Toyota play of the game.
Getting used to seeing this. Great diving play by Michael Bourne. I mean, not so long ago, we got used to seeing Andrew Jones pull plays like this out all the time, and now it's becoming routine for Michael.
Remember what the Phillies used to say about Gary Maddox? 2/3 of the world is covered by water, the rest is covered by Gary Maddox. You could say the same of Michael Bourne. So here we go to the top of the 9th inning, and a career first for Jair Jurgens. The first time he's ever pitched in relief.
Got to change your whole routine, don't you, Tom?
Yeah, you do. You know, you got to figure out how quickly you can get loose, how many pitches you need to throw, what your routine needs to be. You know, it's not like a starting pitcher where you can just kind of bring things along and bring all 3 or 4 of your pitches along. As a reliever, you don't always have that luxury, and you got to figure out how quickly you can get your 2 best pitches going to the point where you're ready to get in the game. And Some nights you might have a chance to get the other ones ready. Some nights you may not.
He's got the 3, 4, 5 hitters up for the Fish. It starts with Jose Reyes. Strike one. Reyes had an infield hit in the first inning. He'll take an 18-game hitting streak into tomorrow night's third game of the series. One and two. Back to the mound, and JJ spears that. Reyes is out number one.
Jair always good at fielding his position. Very athletic.
A little emphasis on that word athletic.
There was. It was very pointed.
Carlos Lee is 0 for 3 tonight.
Right away I noticed though that Jair's come in throwing out of the stretch, not the windup. Simplify things a little bit.
Two balls, one strike.
Would you encourage Jair to maybe just concentrate on a couple of 3 pitches instead of an extra one, Tom? So, you know, just work on it when you come in, and especially with runners on base, just focus on throwing strikes with your fastball, your sliders, or your changeup.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to identify what his best secondary pitch is, get that going, maybe what his second best secondary pitch is, and then, you know, maybe if you have some time in between your appearances and you get a bullpen session, then you can bring that 4th pitch and make sure you still have it and don't forget about it. But
line drive to left for Lee. That's his first hit of the night. And that'll bring up Ruggiano, who is hitless. The big story in baseball is what's going on in the AL West, fellas, while Ruggiano digs in. What a race shaping up between Texas, Oakland, and the Angels. Double play ball. 1 there, 2 there. Next ball game. 4 double plays induced by the Braves staff tonight. And the Braves have won their 7th consecutive game. They beat the Marlins by a final of 7-1 tonight. Braves are not allowed more than 3 runs in their last 8 ball games. They are rolling here at home.